On us, Kairos has arrived. Hello and welcome everyone to Graceful Tragedy. Here today we will be starting up a new series where we will start with reading Nietzsche's The Birth of Tragedy, a genuinely fascinating introduction to some of the modes of thought that Friedrich Nietzsche, the long-storied and very curious, very unique, at least in my experience and interpretation, philosopher, philologist, one who studies historic accounts and materiel, specifically of the literary nature, and genuine personality. Although you might not consider it very good, and there are several points that are, not to my specific flavor, but nonetheless, they make for a fascinating story, and alongside that, we will be starting up with Yes, Your Grace, a game wherein you take the role of a monarch in a nation, and your goal is to survive and process throughout the story what you can in maintaining your nation state as such. The reason, the justification, the supposition for why I think these go well together is because The Birth of Tragedy is one wherein Friedrich Nietzsche, first of all, lays out his ideas, lays out his kind of framework in which he goes about his dissection, anatomization, appreciation of all things that have any kind of a philosophic flavor to them, to which he, like myself and many other philosophers, tend to extend as their basis of accounting for reality, and particularly in that the aesthetic, the not even visual, but the medium of art itself, the medium, well, he would probably make a distinction between that, but the medium of form, as opposed to the sheer matter, the morphos to the hule, in my terms, and in a bit of a reference back and callback to Aristotle, is something that he addresses and assigns distinct characteristics to in something of a mythologic fashion, particularly along the lines of the Greeks of history, the Greeks of antiquity. And it becomes the mold into which everything else he talks about is set, and specifically of worth in investigating and considering is this is at a time and place when he was associating himself with the figures of Schopenhauer and of a great musician of the time, Wagner. And he, even in some of the prefaces that I've read of him, attaches his kind of idealization, his building up of characters into these particulars, and they don't necessarily match what he develops into later on, how he progresses, how he continues building on his original differentiation of aesthetics, and the kind of human being who will participate in them, who will engage with them, who will overcome many of the characterizing modes of thought, the idealisms, the moralisms, the attachments to systems of ethics that are not the individuals, but that of indeed a collective, and dichotomizing them. So, it is a worthy piece of I would say, autobiographic explication of the character, and also stands on its own as a curious bit of one of the very few philosophers who I think takes the consideration of form, of morphos, seriously as something that is not per se apart from Hule, of matter, but a part of it. And with that, yes, your grace is one wherein you must necessarily take your stand, take your moment, at least from what I've read in reviews and heard from others, because I have not yet played it, as with many of the games that we do here. Your decisions are truly determinant of not only yourself, but as a monarch who is, as far as I could tell, at least absolute insofar as their potential range of power, as much as any ruler might be. You are required to consider these kinds of things, as in many choose your own adventure style of game, whether that is in the medium of a video game, or it is something like a tabletop, or even something a little bit more direct insofar as real-life leadership positions. But whenever leadership comes into your hands, whenever your calls to action are not only something that bears the weight of a speaker, a rhetorician, a dialector in your realm of locality, your engagements with other people on a more personal level, whenever it binds thereto, it perfuses and suffuses all of the consequences that are to follow in a people, whether that be on the level of a household or all the way up to a nation. You can't help but experience and come to grips with, even if hesitantly, even if implicitly, with the same kind of notions that Nietzsche himself deals with here. And so without further ado, having explained the premise, let's get on to a little bit of housekeeping. First of all, I've got this horrible little piece of debris in my eye, which has been driving me mad. You might have seen me blinking a couple of times. Oh, goodness me. Fallen eyelashes, the worst of the worst. But, as you may have noticed, this is the first time we will be running a series of concurrent streams. So that is to say, whereas previously we have been doing one bit at a time, one piece at a time, one tome and one game there alongside, insofar as we'll play the game for at least a few differing sessions, depending on how long it is. If it's a short enough one, like Hotline Miami or Pac-Man World Adventures, we played that out to its end. I think that for my desire to lock into a few different pieces of material, and for you as the viewer who will be seeing the shorts, seeing the streams, seeing the highlight reels, seeing the social media, the conversations that come out of it, having it all back to back to back to back, just monotonically, is probably not the most interesting thing. It does hold, I find, that variety is the spice of life, and as this channel has gotten to the point where we will be making some vast improvements, especially in the audio quality of things, which on that side, I finally found out the best balance for the mixing and mastering process for the audiobooks and everything else for that matter. It behooves us to finally take the next grade up in elevation. And I'll be doing, I think, 3 different plates to be spun concurrently. We will, of course, continue with the double and jazz punk and whatever game comes after that in case we blow through that one quite fast because it's reported to be short, although my tendencies to wander and explore stretch that out a little bit. Um, we will be, of course, continuing with Yes, Your Grace and The Birth of Tragedy here with Nietzsche, and I think because it was my first attempt, and that eyelash just will not extricate itself. Because whenever I first tried it out, I was still very green, very novice, very rough, and it was my first effort at recording an audiobook properly. The Art of War will be the third, and I'm not sure what game I'll pair with that. However, I can tell you it will be a fun one. And I'm thinking of something definitely on the side of matching that kind of tactic, strategic, operational mindset that comes along with Sun Tzu's work. So, without further ado, I think that is the last bit of our updates. Let us get into recording the book. Oh man, and if I could get this bloody eyelash out, that'd be awesome. I hope that was the last one. Oh, terrible, terrible. Of course, it happens right whenever the stream begins to. Oh, goodness. Oh. Anyhow, hopefully with that done. Also, naturally, this book was written in German, so everything here is filtered through a translator into English, and that will always come with its own, mix-ups and inadequacies and what have you. Uh, if you speak or read German, I should say, then it would probably behoove you if you want the cleanest, clearest, most direct source into the philosopher to go read the original German. But I don't, and this is not a German channel, even if I did. So, we will be using this translation here today. But without further ado, hmm. Ah, yes, this must be a preface. Okay. Well, I think that will still be quite well. I have paged through this particular edition previously, but with Sumatra, which is the reader that I use, incidentally, if anybody might be inclined to dive into it for themselves. It does have the bordered chapters on the side. Let's see here. so that's the preface. Okay. Yes. Okay. And just in time for a car. The Birth of Tragedy, or Hellenism and Pessimism, by Friedrich Nietzsche. Read by Kairos, of the Threefold Manifold. April 29th, 2025. Part 1. Preface. Translated by W. M. A. Houseman, Ph.D. The Completed Works of Friedrich Nietzsche. The first complete and authorized English translation, edited by Dr. Oscar Levy. Edited by Dr. Oscar Levy. Volume 1. Tien Foulis. I should probably look that one up. Foulis, I'm going to guess. Foulis, I say. That is quite foolish. Alright. Well, it looks like I will need Wiktionary. Uh-huh. And there's this blasted crane fly that's in here. Oh, I was right. It's apparently of Scottish origin. T in Foulis. Foulis. 13 and 15 Frederick Street, Edinburgh and London, 1910. In Good start. Introduction. Friedrich Nietzsche was born at Rochen, near Lutzen, in the Prussian province of Saxony, on the 15th of October 1844. On the 15th of October 1844, at 10 a.m. The day happened to The day happened to be the anniversary of the birth of Friedrich Wilhelm. The day happened to be the anniversary of the birth of Friedrich William IV, then King of Prussia, and the peal of the local church bells, which was intended to celebrate this event, was, by a happy coincidence, just timed to greet my brother on his entrance into the world. In 1841, at the time when our father was tutor to the Altenburg princesses, Teresa of Saxe-Altenburg, Elizabeth, Grand Duchess of Oldenburg, and Alexandra, Grand Duchess Constantine of Russia, he had had the honor of being presented to his witty and pious sovereign. The meeting seems to have impressed both parties very favorably, for very shortly after it had taken place, our father received his living at Rocken by supreme command. His joy may well be imagined, therefore, when a first son was born to him on his beloved and august patron's birthday, and at the christening ceremony he spoke as follows. thou blessed month of October! For many years the most decisive events in my life have occurred within thy 31 days, and now I celebrate the greatest and most glorious of them all by baptizing my little boy. Oh, blissful moment! Oh, exquisite festival! Oh, unspeakably holy duty! In the Lord's name I bless thee. With all my heart I utter these words. Bring me this, my beloved child, that I may consecrate it unto the Lord. My son, Friedrich Wilhelm. My son, Friedrich William, thus shalt thou be named on earth, as a memento of my royal benefactor on whose birthday thou wast born. Our father was 31 years of age, and our mother not quite 19, when my brother was born. Our mother, who was the daughter of a clergyman, was good-looking and healthy, and was one of a very large family of sons and daughters. Our paternal grandparents, the Reverend Uller and his wife, in Pope. I feel like Polbs is perhaps right, but best to check. Well, apparently it's a word in Catalan. Interesting. Pobles. In Pobles, we're typically healthy people. Uller and his wife in Pobles were typically healthy people. Strength. Well, we are back. Apparently there was a bit of issue with the internet. So, with that having been resolved, we'll pick back up where we started. And, as per the usual, in order to account for the mishap, we will simply extend the stream a bit, which I ain't mad at. Uller and his wife, in Pobles, were typically healthy people. Strength, robustness, lively dispositions, and a cheerful outlook on life were among the qualities which everyone was pleased to observe in them. Our grandfather Uller was a bright, clever man, and quite the old style of comfortable country parson, who thought it no sin to go hunting. He scarcely had a day's illness in his life, and would certainly not have met with his end as early as he did, that is to say, before his 70th year, if his careless disregard of all caution, where his health was concerned, had not led to his catching a severe and fatal cold. In regard to our grandmother, Olar, who died in her 82nd year, all that can be said is all that can be said is all that can be said is that if all German women were possessed of the health she enjoyed, the German nation would excel all others from the standpoint of vitality. She bore our grandfather She bore our grandfather 11 children, gave each of them the breast for nearly the whole of its first year, and reared them all, it is said, that the sight of those and reared them all. It is said that the sight of these 11 children, at ages varying from 19 years to 1 month, with their powerful build, rosy cheeks, beaming eyes, and wealth of curly locks, provoked the admiration of all visitors. It's a busy road tonight, I suppose. Of course, despite all extraordinarily good health, and another. Of course, despite their extraordinarily good health, the life of this family was not by any means all sunshine. Each of the children, was very spirited, willful, and obstinate, and it was therefore no simple matter to keep them in order. Moreover, they always showed the utmost respect and most implicit obedience to their parents, even as middle-aged men and women. Misunderstandings between themselves were of constant occurrence. Our older grandparents were fairly well-to-do, for our grandmothers hailed from a very old family who had been extensive landowners in the neighborhood of Zeitz for centuries, and her father owned the baronial estate of Violets. Velets, I would imagine. Valets, okay. And her father owned the baronial estate of Valets and a magnificent seat near Zeitz in Pacht. When she married, her father gave her carriages and horses, a coachman, a cook, and a kitchen maid, which for the wife of a German minister was then and is still something quite exceptional. As a result of the wars in the beginning of the 19th century, however, our great-grandfather lost the greater part of his property. Our father's family was also in fairly comfortable circumstances, and likewise very large. Our grandfather, Dr. Nietzsche, D.D. and superintendent, married twice, and had in all 12 children, of whom 3 died young. Our grandfather on this side, whom I never knew, must certainly have been a distinguished, dignified, very learned, and reserved man. His second wife, our beloved grandmother, was an active-minded, intelligent, and exceptionally good-natured woman. The whole of our father's family, which I only got to know when they were very advanced in years, were remarkable for their great power of self-control, their lively interest in intellectual matters, and a strong sense of family unity, which manifested itself in both their splendid readiness to help one another and in their very excellent relations with each other. Our father was the youngest son, and thanks to his uncommonly lovable disposition, and thanks to his un and thanks to his un and thanks to his uncommonly lovable disposition, hmm, our father, hmm, our father was the youngest son, and thanks to his uncommonly lovable disposition, together with other gifts, which only tended to become more marked as he grew older, he was quite the favorite of the family. Blessed with a thoroughly sound constitution, blessed with a thoroughly sound constitution, as all averred who knew him at the as all averred who knew him at the convent school in Rosselben, at the university, or later in the ducal court of Altenburg. He was tall and slender, possessed an undoubted gift for poetry and real musical talent, and was moreover a man of delicate sensibilities, full of consideration for his whole family, and distinguished in his manners. Now let's see if I pronounced that right. Blessed with a thoroughly sound constitution, as all averred who knew him at the convent school in Rosleben, at the university, or later at the ducal court of Altenburg. He was tall and slender, possessed an undoubted gift for poetry and real musical talent, and was moreover a man of delicate sensibilities, full of consideration for his whole family, and distinguished in his manners. My brother often refers to his Polish descent, and in later years even instituted research work with the view of establishing it, which met with partial success. I know nothing definite concerning these investigations, because a large number of valuable documents were unfortunately destroyed after his breakdown in Turin. The family tradition was that after the family tradition was that a certain Polish nobleman, Nicki, pronounced Nietzsche, had a had obtained the special favor of Augustus the Strong, King of Poland, and had received the rank of Earl from him. When, however, ten, when, however, ten, hmm, Stanislaus Leszczynski, I believe is how that would be pronounced. Stanislaus. Okay. Leszczynski. Should remember that the CZY is the chin. When, however, Stanislaus Leszczynski, the Pole, became king, our supposed ancestor became involved with a conspiracy in favor of the Saxons and Protestants. And I'll do that a second time, just to be sure. Stanislaus Leszczynski. When, however, Stanislaus Leszczynski, the Pole, became king, our supposed ancestor became involved in a conspiracy in favor of the Saxons and Protestants. He was sentenced to death, but taking flight, according to the evidence of the documents, he was ultimately befriended by a certain Earl of Brule, who gave him a small post in an obscure little certain who gave him a small post in an obscure little provincial town. Who gave him a small post in an obscure little provincial town. Occasionally, our aged aunts would speak of our great-grandfather Nietzsche. Occasionally, our aged aunts would speak of our great-grandfather Nietzsche, who was said to have died in his 91st year, and words always seemed to fail them when they attempted to describe his handsome appearance, good breeding, and vigor. Our ancestors, both on the Nietzsche and Euler side, were very long-lived. Of the 4 pairs of great-grandparents, 1 great-grandfather reached the age of 90. 5 great Of the 4 pairs of great-grandparents, 1 great-grandfather reached the Of the 4 pairs of great-grandparents, 1 great-grandfather reached the age of 90. 5 great-grandmothers and fathers died between 82 and 86 years of age, and 2 only failed to reach their 70th year. The sorrow which hung as a cloud over our branch of the family was our father's death, as the result of a heavy fall. The sorrow which hung as a cloud over our branch of the family was our father's death, as the result of a heavy fall, at the age of 38. One night, upon leaving some friends whom he had accompanied home, he was met at the door at the vicarage by our little dog. He was met at the door of the vicarage by our little dog. The little animal must have gotten between his feet, for he stumbled and fell backwards down 7 stone steps onto the paving stones of the vicarage courtyard. As a result of this fall, he was laid up with concussion of the brain He was laid up with a concussion of the brain. He was laid up with concussion of the brain, and after a lingering illness which lasted 11 months, he died on the 30th of July, 1849. The early death of our beloved and highly gifted father spread gloom over the whole of our childhood. In 1850, our mother withdrew with us to Naumburg, on the Saale. Is that Saal or Saale? That's the question. Zala. Okay. In 1850, our mother withdrew with us to Naumburg on the Saale, where she took up her abode with our widowed grandmother Nietzsche, and there she brought us up with Spartan severity and simplicity, which, besides being typical of the period, was quite de rigueur in her family. Of course, Grandmamma Nietzsche helped somewhat to temper her daughter-in-law's severity, and in this respect, our older grandparents, who were less rigorous with us, their eldest grandchildren, than with their own children, were also very influential. Grandfather Ola was said to be the first was the first who seems to have recognized the extraordinary talents of her Grandfather Ola was the first who seems to have recognized the extraordinary talents of his eldest grandchild. From his earliest childhood upwards, my brother was always strong and healthy. He often declared that he must have taken after He often declared that he must have taken He often declared that he must have been taken for a peasant boy throughout his childhood and youth, as he was so plump, brown, and rosy. The thick, fair hair, which fell picturesquely over his shoulders, tended somewhat to modify his robust appearance. Had he not possessed those wonderfully beautiful, large, and expressive eyes, however, he had not been so very and had he not been so very ceremonious in this manner, neither his teachers nor his relatives would ever have noticed anything at all remarkable about the boy, for he was both modest and reserved. He received his early schooling at a preparatory school and later at a grammar school in Naumburg. In the autumn of 18 In the autumn of 1858, when he was 14 years of age, he entered the Forte school, so famous for the scholars it had produced. There, too, very severe discipline prevailed, and much was extracted from the pupils with the view of inuring them to great mental and physical exertions. Thus, if my brother seems to lay particular stress upon the value of a Thus, if my brother seems to lay particular stress upon the value of rigorous training, free from all sentimentality, it should be remembered that he speaks. Bloody trucks. It should be remembered that he speaks. It should be remembered that he speaks from experience in this respect. At Forte, he followed the regular school course, and he did not enter a university until the comparatively late age of 20. His extraordinary His extraordinary gifts manifested themselves chiefly in his independent and private studies and artistic efforts. As a boy, his musical talent had already been so noticeable that he himself and other competent judges were doubtful as to whether he ought not perhaps to devote himself altogether to music. It is, however, worth noting that everything he did in his later years, whether in Latin, Greek, or German work, It is, however, worth noting that everything he did in his later years, whether in Latin, Greek, or German work, bore the stamp of perfection, subject, of course, to the limitations imposed upon him by his years. His talents came very suddenly to the fore, because he had allowed them to grow for such a long time in concealment. His very first performance in philology, executed while he was a student under Ritschl, His very first performance in philology, executed while he was a student under Ritschl, the famous philologist, was also typical of him in this respect, seeing that it was ordered to be printed for the That's what I suspected. Okay. His first performance in philology, executed while he was a student. His very first performance in philology, executed while he was a student under Ritschl, the famous philologist, was also typical of him in this respect, seeing that it was ordered to be printed for the Rheinische Museum. Seeing that it was ordered to be printed for the Rheinische Museum. Seeing that it was ordered to be printed for the Rheinische Museum. Of course, this was done amid general and grave expressions of doubt, for as Dr. Ritschl often declared, it was an unheard of occurrence for a student in his third term to prepare such an excellent treatise. Being a great lover of outdoor exercise, such as swimming, skating, and walking, he developed into a very sturdy lad. Rhoda gives the following description of him as a student. Rhoda gives the following description of him as a student. With his healthy complexion, his outward and inward cleanliness, his austere chastity, and his solemn aspect, he was he was the image of that delightful youth described by he was the image of that delight he was the image of that delightful youth described by Adalbert Stifter. My question is whether I overpronounce the end there. He was the image of that delightful youth described by Adalbert Stifter. Though as a child, Though as a child he was always rather serious, as a lad and a man he was ever inclined to see the humorous side of things, while his whole being he was ever inclined to see the humorous side of things, while his whole being and everything he said or did was permeated by an extraordinary harmony. He belonged to the very few who could control even a bad mood and conceal it from others. All his friends are unanimous in their praise of his exceptional evenness of temper and behavior, and his warm, and his warm, hearty, and his warm, hearty, and his warm, hearty, and his warm, hearty, and pleasant laugh that seemed to come from the very depths of his benevolent and affectionate nature. In him, it might therefore be said, nature had produced a being who in body and spirit was a harmonious whole. His unusual intellect was fully in keeping with his uncommon bodily strength. The only abnormal thing about him, and something which we both inherited from our father, was short-sightedness, and this was very much aggravated in my brother's case, even in his earliest school days, owing to that indescribable anxiety to learn which always characterized him. When one listens to accounts given by his friends and schoolfellows, one is startled. One is startled by the multiplicity of his studies, even in his school days. In the autumn of 1864, he began his university life in Bonn, and studied philology and theology. At the end of 6 months, he gave up theology, and in the sum At the end of 6 months, he gave up theology, and in the autumn of 1865 followed his famous teacher Ritschl to the University of Leipzig. There he became an ardent philologist. And diligently sought to acquire a masterly grasp of this branch of knowledge. But in this respect, it would be unfair to forget that the school of Porta, with its staff of excellent teachers, scholars that would have adorned the chairs of any university, had already been afforded the best of preparatory trainings. To any one intending to take up philology as a study, more particularly as it gave all pupils ample scope to indulge any individual tastes they might have for any particular branch of ancient more particularly as it gave all pupils ample scope to indulge any particular tastes they might have for any or particularly as it gave all pupils ample scope to indulge any individual tastes they might have for any particular branch of ancient history. The last important Latin thesis which my brother wrote for the Landesschule Forte, the last important Latin thesis which my brother wrote for the Landesschule Forte The last important Latin thesis which my brother The last important Latin thesis which my brother wrote for the Landesschule, Forta, dealt with the Megarian poet, Theognis. Hey, I was quite on with that. The last the last important Latin thesis which my brother wrote for the Landesschule, Forta, dealt with the Megarian poet, Theognis. Dealt with the Megarian poet. Dealt with the Megarian poet. Dealt dealt with the Megarian poet, Theognis, and it was the rolla odd way to spell that. I'm gonna assume. Oh, it's a poetic and dated way to spell it. Interesting. And it was in the rolla of a lecturer on this very subject that, on the 18th January 1866, he made his first appearance in public before the Philological Society. And it was in this rolla of a lecturer on this very subject that on the 18th January 1866, and it was in this rolla of a lecturer on the very and it was in the rolla of a lecturer on this very subject that, on the 18th January 1866, and it was in this rolla of a lecturer on this very subject that on the 18th January 1866 he made his first appearance in public before the Philological Society. He made his first appearance in public before the Philological Society he had helped to found in Leipzig. Of course, to be immediately followed by a vehicle. Oh, man. And it was in the rolla of a lecturer on this very sub and it was in the roll of a lecturer on this very subject that on the 18th January 1866 he made his first appearance in public before the Philological Society he had helped to found in Leipzig. The paper he read disclosed his investigations on the subject of Theognis, the moralist and aristocrat, who, as is well known, described and dismissed the plebeians of his time in terms of the heartiest contempt. The aristocrat. The paper he read disclosed his investigations on the subject of Theognis, the moralist and aristocrat, who, as it is well known, described and dismissed the plebeians of his time in, in terms of the hardiest, in terms of the hardiest, in terms of the hardiest contempt. The aristocratic ideal, the aristocratic I. The aristocratic ideal, which was always so dear to my brother, thus revealed itself for the first time. Moreover, curious, thus revealed itself. thus revealed itself for the first time. Moreover, moreover, curiously enough, curiously enough, it was precisely this scientific thesis which was the cause of Ritschl's recognition of my brother and fondness for him. The whole of his Leipzig days proved of the utmost importance to my brother's career. There he was plunged into the very midst of a torrent of intellectual influences, which found an impressionable medium in the fiery youth, and to which he eagerly made himself accessible. He did not, however, forget to discriminate amongst them. But tested and criticized the currents of thought he encountered, and selected accordingly. It is certainly of great importance to ascertain what those influences precisely were to which he yielded, and how long they maintained their sway over him. And it is likewise necessary to discover exactly when the matured mind threw off these fetters in order to work out its own salvation. The influences that exercised power over him in those days. The influences that exercised power over him in those days made his The influences which exercised power over him The influences that exercised power over him in those days may be described in the three following terms: Hellenism, Schopenhauer, and Wagner. His love of Hellenism certainly led him to philology, but, as a matter of fact, what concerned him most was to obtain a wide view of things in general, and this he hoped to derive from that science. Philology in itself, with his splendid method and thorough way of going to work, so served him only as a means to an end. If Hellenism was the first strong influence which already in Forta obtained a sway over my brother in the winter of 1865-66, a completely new and therefore somewhat subversive influence was introduced into his life with Schopenhauer's philosophy. When he reached Leipzig in the autumn of 1865, he was very downcast, for the experiences that had befallen him during his 1 year of student life in Bonn had deeply depressed him. He had sought at first to adapt himself to his surroundings there, with the hope of ultimately elevating them to his lofty views on things. But both these efforts proved vain, and now he had come to Leipzig with the purpose of framing his own manner of life. It can easily be imagined how the first reading of Schopenhauer's The Word as Will and Idea worked upon this man, still stinging from the bitterest experiences and disappointments. It can easily be imagined how the first reading of Schopenhauer's The Word as Will and Idea worked upon this man, still stinging from the bitterest experiences and disappointments. He writes, "Here I saw a mirror in which I espied the world, life, and my own nature depicted with frightful grandeur. He writes, "Here I saw a mirror in which I espied the world, life, and my own nature depicted with frightful grandeur. As my brother from He writes, "Here I saw a mirror in which I espied the world, life, and my own nature depicted." Y and S. He writes, "Here I saw a mirror in which I espied the world, life, and my own nature depicted with frightful grandeur." As my brother, from his very earliest childhood, had always missed both the parent and the educator through our father's untimely death, he began to regard Schopenhauer with almost filial love and respect. He did not venerate him quite as other men did. Schopenhauer's personality was what attracted and enchanted him. From the first, was what attracted and enchanted him. Was what attracted and enchanted him. From the first, he was never blind to the faults in his master's system, and in proof of this we have only to refer to an essay he wrote in the autumn of 1867, which actually All right, we finally return. I don't know what's going on, but it seems like the towers in the local area are absolutely having some difficulties with things, so please do forgive all of the continual interruptions, but nonetheless, let's return. He had sought at first to adapt himself to his surroundings there, with the hope of ultimately elevating them to his lofty views on things. But both these efforts proved vain, and now he had come to Leipzig with the purpose of framing his own manner of life. It can easily be imagined how the first reading of Schopenhauer's The Word as Will and Idea worked upon this man, still stinging from the bitterest experiences and disappointments. He writes, Here I saw a mirror. Here I saw a mirror in which I espied the world, life, and my own nature depicted with frightful grandeur. As my brother from his earliest as my brother from his as my brother from his as my brother from his earliest childhood had always missed both the parent and the educator through our father's untimely death, he began to regard Schopenhauer with almost filial love and respect. He did not venerate him quite as other men did. Schopenhauer's personality was what attracted and enchanted him. Was what attracted and enchanted him. From the first, he was never blind to the faults in him. From the first, he was never blind to the faults in his master's system, and in proof of this, we have only to refer to an essay he wrote in the autumn of 1867, which actually contains a criticism of Schopenhauer's philosophy. Now, in the autumn of 1865, to these two influences, Hellenism and Schopenhauer, a third influence was added, one which was to prove the strongest ever exercised over my brother, one which was to prove the strongest ever exercised over my brother, one which was to prove the strongest ever exercised over my brother, and it began with his personal introduction to Richard Wagner. He was introduced to Wagner by the latter's sister, Frau Professor Brockhaus, and his description of their first meeting, contained in a letter to Erwin Rohde, is really most affecting. He was introduced to Wagner by the latter's sister, Frau Professor Brockhaus, and and his description of their first meeting, contained in a letter to Erwin Rohde, is really most affecting. For years, that is to say, from the time of Billow's arrangement, for years, that is to say, from the time Billow's arrangement of Tristan and Isolde for the pianoforte had appeared, he had already been a passionate admirer of Wagner. He had already been a passion. He had already been a passionate admirer of Wagner's music, but now that the artist himself entered upon the scene of his life, with the whole fascinating strength of his strong will, my brother felt that he was in the presence of a being whom he, of all modern men, resembled most in regard to force of character. Again, again in the case of Richard Wagner, my brother, from the first, from the first, laid again in the case of Richard Wagner, my brother, from the first. I've been really trying to work on those clicks and mouth noises. Half of the stops and starts are for that reason alone. Again, in the case of Richard Wagner, my brother, from the first, laid the utmost stress upon the man's personality, and could only regard his works and views as an expression of the artist's whole being, despite the fact that he by no means despite the fact that he by no means understood every one of those works. Despite the fact that he by no means understood every one of those works at that time. Despite the fact that he by no means understood every one of those works at that time. My brother was the first who ever manifested such enthusiastic affection for Schopenhauer and Wagner, and he was also the first of that numerous band of young followers who and he was also the first of that numerous band of young followers who ultimately and he was also the first of that numerous band of young followers who ultimately inscribed the two great names upon their banner. Whether Schopenhauer and Wagner ever really corresponded to the glorified pictures of my brother's paint, whether Schopenhauer and Wagner ever really corresponded to the glorified pictures my brother painted of them, both in his letters and other writings, is a question which we can no longer answer in the affirmative. Perhaps what he saw in them was only what he saw he perhaps what he saw in them was only what he perhaps what he saw in them was only what he himself wished to be some day. The amount of work my brother succeeded in accomplishing during his student days really seems almost incredible. When we examine his record for the years 1865 through 67, we can scarcely believe it refers to only 2 years' industry, for at a guess, no one could. For at a guess, no one would hesitate to suggest 4 years at least. But in those days, as he himself declares, he still possessed the constitution of a bear. He knew neither what headaches nor indigestion. He knew neither what headaches nor indigestion meant, and despite his short sight, his eyes were able to endure the greatest strain without ever giving. His eyes were able to endure the greatest strain without giving him. His eyes were able to endure the greatest strain without giving him the smallest trouble. That is, That is why, regardless of seriously interrupting his studies, he was so glad at the thought of becoming a soldier in the forthcoming autumn of 1867, for he was particularly anxious to discover some means of employing his bodily strength. For he was particular for he was particularly anxious to discover some means of employing his bodily strength. He discharged his duties as a soldier with the utmost mental and physical freshness, was the crack writer among the recruits of his year, and was sincerely sorry when, owing to an accident, he was compelled to leave the colors before the completion of his service. As a result of this accident, he had his first dangerous illness. While mounting his horse one day, the beast, which was an uncommonly restive one, suddenly reared, and causing him to strike his chest sharply against the pommel of the saddle, threw him to the ground. My brother then made a second attempt to mount, and succeeded this time, notwithstanding the fact that he had severely sprained and torn two muscles in his chest, and had seriously bruised the adjacent ribs. For a whole day he did his utmost to pay no heed to the injury, and to overcome the pain it caused him, but in the end he only swooned, and a dangerously acute inflammation of the injured tissues was the result. But in the end he only swooned, and a dangerously acute inflammation of the injured tissues. But in the end he only swooned, and a dangerously acute inflammation of the injured tissues was the result. Ultimately, he was obliged to consult the famous specialist, Professor Volkmann, in Halle. Let's see if I got that one. Hey, spot on. Ultimately, he was obliged to consult the famous specialist, Professor Volkmann, in Halle, who quickly put him right. In October 1868, my brother returned to his series in October 1868, my brother returned to his studies in Leipzig with double joy. These were his plans. My brother returned to his studies in Leipzig with double joy. My brother returned to his studies in Leipzig with double joy. These were his plans. To get his doctor's These were his plans. To get his doctor's degree as soon as possible. These were his plans. To get his doctor's degree as soon as possible, to proceed to Paris, Italy, and Greece, make a lengthy stay in each place, and then to return to Leipzig in order to settle there as a private docent. And then to return to Leipzig in order to settle there as a private docent. And then to return to Leipzig in order to settle there as a private docent. All these plans were, however, suddenly frustrated owing to his premature call to the University of Bâle, where he was invited to assume the duties of professor. Some of the philologic some of the philological essays he had written in his student days, and which were published in the Rheinische. Some of the philological essays he had written in his student days, and which were published by the Rheinische Museum, had attracted the attention of the Educational Board at Bâle. Ratscher Wilhelm Vischer, as representing this body, appealed to ritual. As representing this body, appeared. As Roger. Roger Wilhelm Witscher, as representing this body, appealed to ritual for fuller information. Roger Wilhelm Witscher, as representing this body, appealed to ritual for further appealed to ritual for fuller information. Appealed to ritual for fuller information. Now ritual, who had early recognized my brother's extraordinary talents, must have written a letter of such enthusiastic praise. Nietzsche is a genius. He can do whatever he chooses to put his mind to. That one of the more cautious members of the council is said to have that one of the more cautious members of the council is said to that one of the more cautious members of the council is said to have observed, if the proposed candidate be really such a genius, then it were better that one of the more cautious members of the council is said to have observed, if the proposed candidate be really such a genius, then it were better did we not appoint him, for in any case he would only stay a short time at the little University of Bale. My brother ultimately accepted the appointment, and in view of his published philological works, he was immediately granted the doctor's degree by the University of Leipzig. He was 24 years and 6 months old. When he took up his position as professor in Bale. He was 24 years and 6 months old when he took up his position as professor in Bale, and it was with a heavy heart that he proceeded there, for he knew the golden period of untrammeled activity must cease. He was, however, inspired by the deep wish of being able to transfer to his pupils some of that Schopenhauerian earnestness which is stamped on the brow of a sublime man. I should like to be something more than a mere trainer of capable philologists, the present generation of teachers, the care of the growing broods. All this is in my mind. If we must live, let us at least do so in such wise that others may bless our life once we have been peacefully delivered from its toils. When I look back upon that month of May 1869, and ask both of friends and of myself, what the figure of this youthful university professor of 24 meant to the world at that time, the reply is naturally, in the first place, that he was one of Ritschl's best pupils; secondly, that he was an exceptionally capable exponent of classical antiquity, with a brilliant career before him; and thirdly, that he was a passionate adorer of Wagner and Schopenhauer. But no one has any idea of my brother's independent attitude to the science he had selected, to his teachers, and to his ideals, and he deceived both himself and us when he passed as a disciple who really shared all the views of his respected master. On the 28th of May, 1869, my brother delivered his inaugural address. My brother delivered his inaugural address at Bale University, and it is said to have deeply impressed the authorities. The subject of the address was Homer and classical philology. Musing deeply, the worthy counselors and professors walked homeward. What had they just heard? The young scholar discussing the very justification of his own science in a cool and philosophically critical spirit. A man able to impart so much artistic glamour to his subject. A man able to impart so much artistic glamour to his subject that the once stale and arid study of philology suddenly struck them, and they were certainly not impressionable men, as the messenger of the gods. And just as the muses descended upon the dull and tormented Boeotian peasants, so philology comes into a world full of gloomy colors and pictures, full of the deepest, most incurable woes, and speaks to men comfortingly of the beautiful and brilliant godlike figure of a distant, blue, and happy fairyland. We have indeed got hold of a rare bird, her We have indeed got hold of a rare bird, Herr Rotscher, said one of these gentlemen to his companion, and the latter heartily agreed, for my brother's appointment had been chiefly his doing. Even in Leipzig, it was reported that Jacob Burckhardt had said, Nietzsche is as much an artist as a scholar. Privy Councillor Ritchell told me of this himself. And then he added with a smile, I always said so. He can make his scientific discourses as palpitatingly interesting as a French novelist his novels. Homer and classical philology. My brother's inaugural address at the university, was by no means the first literary attempt he had made, for we have already seen that he had papers published by the Rheinische Museum. Still, this particular discourse is important, seeing that it practically contains the program of many other subsequent essays. I must, however, emphasize this fact here, that neither Homer and classical philology, nor the birth of tragedy, represents a beginning in my brother's career. It is really surprising to see how very soon he began grappling with the questions which were to prove the problems of his life. If a beginning to his intellectual development be sought at all, then it must be traced to the years 1865 through 67 in Leipzig. The birth of tragedy, his maiden attempt at book writing, with which he began his 28th year, is the last link of a long chain of developments, and the first fruit that was a long time coming to maturity. Nietzsche's was a polyphonic nature, and in which the most different and apparently most antagonistic talents had come together. Philosophy, art, and science in the form of philology, then each possessed a part of him. The most wonderful feature, perhaps it might even be called the real Nietzschean feature, of this versatile creature, was the fact that no eternal strife resulted from the juxtaposition of these inimical traits. The most wonderful feature, The most wonderful feature, perhaps it might even be called the real Nietzschean feature, of this versatile creature was the fact that no eternal strife resulted from the juxtaposition of these inimical traits, that not one of them strove was the fact that no eternal strife resulted from the juxtaposition of these inimical traits, that not one of them strove to dislodge or to get the upper hand of the others. When Nietzsche renounced the musical career in order to devote himself when Nietzsche renounced the musical career in order to devote himself to philology and gave himself up to the most strenuous study, he did not find it essentially completely to suppress his other tendencies. As before, he continued both to compose and derive pleasure from music, and even studied counterpoint somewhat seriously. Moreover, during his years at Leipzig, when he consciously gave himself up to philological research, when he consciously gave himself up to philological research, he began to engross himself in Schopenhauer, and was thereby won by Moreover, during his years at Leipzig, when he consciously gave himself up to philological research, he began to engross himself in Schopenhauer, and was thereby won by philosophy forever. Everything that could find room took up its abode in him, and these juxtaposed factors, far from interfering with one another, another's existence, were rather mutually fertilizing and stimulating. All those who have read the first volume of the biography with attention must have been struck by the perfect way All those who have read the first volume of the biography with attention must have been struck with the perfect way in which the various impulses in his nature combined in the end to form one general torrent, and how this flowed with ever greater force in the direction of a single goal. Thus, science, art, and philosophy developed and became ever more closely related in him, until in the birth of tragedy they brought forth a centaur, that is to say, a work which would have been an impossible achievement to a man with only a single special that is to say, a work which would have been an impossible achievement to a man with only a single special talent. This polyphony of different talents, all coming to utterance together, and producing the richest and boldest of harmonies, is the fundamental feature not only of Nietzsche's early days, but of his whole development. It is once again the artist, philosopher, and man of science, who as one man in later years, after many wanderings, recantations, and revulsions of feeling, produces the other and rarer centaur of highest rank, Zarathustra. The birth of tragedy The birth of tragedy requires perhaps a little explaining, more particularly as we have now ceased to use either Schopenhauerian or Wagnerian terms of expression. And it was for this reason that 5 years after its appearance, my brother wrote an introduction to it, in which he very plainly expresses his doubts concerning the views it contains, and the manner in which they are presented. The kernel of its thought he always recognized as perfectly correct, and all he deplored in later days was that he had spoiled, and all he deplored in later days was that he had spoiled the grand problem of and all he deplored in later days was that he had spoiled the grand problem of Hellenism, as he understood it, by adulterating it with ingredients taken from the world of most modern ideas. As time went on, he grew ever more and more anxious to define a deep meaning of this book with greater precision and clearness. A very good elucidation of its aims, which unfortunately was never published, appears among his notes of the year A very good elucidation of its aims, which unfortunately was never published, appears among his notes of the year 1886, and is as follows. Concerning the Birth of Tragedy, a book consisting of mere experiences relating to pleasurable and unpleasurable. A book consisting of mere experiences relating to pleasurable and unpleasurable aesthetic states. A book consisting of mere experiences relating to A book consisting of mere experiences relating to pleasurable and unpleasurable aesthetic states, with a metaphysico-artistic background. At the same time, the confession of a romanticist. At the same time, the confession of a romanticist. The sufferer feels the deepest longing for beauty. At the same time, the confession of a romanticist. The sufferer feels the deepest longing for beauty. He begets it, finally, a product of youth, full of youthful courage and melancholy. Fundamental psychological experiences. The word Apollonian stands for that state of rapt repose in the presence of a visionary world, in the presence of the world of beautiful appearance, designed as a deliverance from becoming. The word Dionysos, on the other hand, stands for strenuous becoming, grown, self-conscious, in the form of the rampant voluptuousness of the creator who is already perfectly conscious of the violent anger of the destroyer. The antagonism of these two attitudes and the desires that underlie them. The antagonism of these two attitudes and the desires that underlie them. The first named would have the vision it conjures up, eternal. Eternal. In its light, man must be quiescent, apathetic, peaceful, healed, and on friendly terms with himself and all existence. The second strives after creation, after the voluptuousness of willful creation. The second strives after creation, after the voluptuousness of willful creation, yea, constructing and destroying. Creation felt and explained as an instinct would be merely the unremitting inventive action of a dissatisfied being, overflowing Creation felt and explained as an instinct would be merely the unremitting inventive action of a dissatisfied being, overflowing. Oh, man. Okay, well, it'll pass soon enough. Soon enough? Soon enough? Well, I guess that at least lets me with the whistle. Creation felt and explained as an instinct would be merely the unremitting inventive action of a dissatisfied being, overflowing with wealth and living at high tension and high pressure, of a God who would overcome the sorrows of existence by means only of continual change and transformations. Of a God who would overcome the sorrows of existence by means only of continual changes and transformations, appearance as a transient and momentary deliverance, the world as an apparent sequence of godlike visions and deliverances. This metaphysico-artistic attitude is opposed to Schopenhauer's one-sided view which values art, not from the artist's standpoint, but from the spectator's. But from the spectators. But from the spectators, because it brings salvation and deliverance by means of the joy produced by unreal, as opposed to the existing or the real. The experience only of him who is suffering, and the experience only of him who is suffering and is in despair owing to himself. The experience of only him who is suffering and is in despair owing to himself and everything. The experience only of him who is suffering and is in despair owing to himself and everything existing. Deliverance in the form and its eternity, just as Plato may have pictured it, save that he rejoiced in a complete subordination of all too excitable sensibilities, even in the idea itself. So this is opposed to this is opposed the second point of view, art, regarded as a phenomenon of the artist, above all the music. Art, as art, regarded as a phenomenon of the artist. Art, art, regarded as a phenomenon of the artist, above all of the musician, the torture of being obliged to create as a Dionysian instinct. Tragic art, rich in both attitudes, represents the reconciliation of Apollo and Dionysos. Appearance is given to the greatest importance by Dionysos, and yet it will be denied and cheerfully denied. And yet it will be denied and cheerfully denied. This is directed against Schopenhauer's teaching of resignation as the tragic attitude towards the world. Against Wagner's theory that music is a means and drama an end. Against Wagner's theory that music is a means and drama an end. A desire for tragic myth, for religion, and even pessimistic religion, as for a forcing frame in which certain plants flourish. Mistrust of science, although it's ephemerally soothing optimism, be strongly felt. The serenity of the theoretical man. Deep antagonism to Christianity. Why? The degeneration of the Germanic spirit is ascribed to its influence. Any justification of the world can only be an aesthetic one. Profound suspicions about morality. It is part and parcel of the world of appearance. The happiness of existence is only possible as the happiness derived from appearance. Being is a fiction invented by those who suffer from becoming. Happiness in becoming is possible only in the annihilation of the real, of the existing, of the beautifully visionary, in the pessimistic dissipation of illusions. With the annihilation of the most beautiful phenomenon in the world of appearance, Dionysian happiness reaches its zenith. The birth of tragedy is really only a portion of a much greater work on Hellenism, which my brother had always had in view from the time of his student days. But even the portion it represents was originally designed upon a much larger scale than the present one. The reason probably being that Nietzsche desired only to be of service to Wagner. When a certain when a certain portion of the projected work on when a certain por- when a certain portion of the projected work on Hellenism was ready and had received a another vehicle. Cheers, at least. A delightful blend. Black tea, cinnamon, probably allspice. Definitely. What's it called? The word escapes me. Starts with an H. I'll just look it up. It's going to blow me away with just how obvious it is. Oh, really? Black tea, cinnamon, orange peel, peppermint, cloves, rose hips, nutmeg, hibiscus, duh, and a little bit of hyssop. Good stuff, good stuff. The birth of tragedy is really only a portion of a much greater work on Hellenism, which my brother had always had in view from the time of his student which my brother had always had in view from the time of his student days. But even the portion it represents was originally designed upon a much larger scale than the present one, the reason probably being that Nietzsche desired only to be of service to Wagner. When a certain When a certain portion of the projected work on Hellenism was ready and had received the title Greek cheerfulness, my brother happened to call upon Wagner at Tription is probably how that's pronounced. Tription. Okay. My brother happened to call upon Wagner at Tripschen in April 1871, and found him very and found and found him very low-spirited in regard to the mission of his life. My brother was very anxious to take some decisive step to help him, and laying the plans of his great work on Greece aside, he selected a small portion from the already completed manuscript, a portion dealing with one distinct side of Hellenism, to wit, its tragic art. He then associated Wagner's music with it, and the name and the name and the name Dionysos, and thus took the first step towards that world historical view through which we have and thus took the first step towards that world historical view through which we have since grown accustomed to regard, through which we have since grown, and thus took the first step towards that world historical view through which we have since grown accustomed to regard Wagner. From the dates of the various notes relating to it, the birth of tragedy must have been written between the autumn of 1869 and November 1871, a period during which a mass of aesthetic questions and answers was fermenting in Nietzsche's mind. It was first published in January 1872 by E. W. Friedrich in Leipzig under the title The Birth of Tragedy Out of the Spirit of Music. Later on, the title was changed to The Birth of Tragedy, or Hellenism and Pessimism. Later on, the title was changed to The Birth of Tragedy, or Hellenism, and Pessimism. Elizabeth Forster Nietzsche. Weimar, September 1905. Weimar, September 1905. Footnote 1. Footnote 1. This introduction by E. Forster Nietzsche, which appears in the front of the first volume of Naumann's I'm gonna guess that's Naumann. Okay. Which appears in the first volume of Naumann's pocket edition of Nietzsche, has been translated and arranged by Mr. A. M. Udovici. Chapter 1. An Attempt at Self-Criticism. Oh. An Attempt at Self-Criticism. Chapter 1. Well, I suppose we should probably end footnote. An Attempt at Self-Criticism. Chapter 1. And before we move on to that, let us take a quick moment to do our recap and reply. Well, how does one recap all of that? In the preface, we run through the general historicity of Nietzsche and some of his relatives, as they were known, the dispositions, countenances, and general substratum, as it was seen by his brother. As it was seen by Nietzsche's brother. Not long after, we move into some of the earlier works of the man himself. Where he began his intellectual career out of his regular circumstances of childhood by going to university at approximately, I believe it was actually called a convent school. There we are. Going from a regular con going from a regular convent school of Forta, later into university at the compared later into university at the age of 20, late for his time. Whereupon whereupon he began studying theology and philology. Not too terribly far into it, he dropped the theology and dedicated himself fully to philology, although on his own time was studying music and apparently counterpoint. It was in this effort it was in this effort of studying historic texts that he began to incrementally take up the aristocratic ideals presented in the ancient Greeks and Romans of antiquity, and thereupon begin shaping his ideas. Let's make sure we get this right here. Once once finally getting it once getting to Leipzig, the university he would stick with largely. Once getting to the University of Leipzig, these began to become infused with the phenomenalism of Schopenhauer, a philosopher of his time with significant with significant idea with significant notions about appearance and the photology that we here in the West and the photology, as he might describe it, that we in the West largely consider to be the substance of things. Not not long after, he came to know the well-spirited and bombastic Wagner. Well, let's make sure we have that in the right order. And amidst Hellenism, Schopenhauer, and Wagner, did he, did Nietzsche cement his earlier ideas? Did Nietzsche cement his early ideas? Argu- Arguably, of aristocracy, phenomenology, and pathos, as to be experienced most heartily and purely in music. Not long after becoming acquainted with these, not too many years after becoming acquainted with these, he was enlisted into the military of his nation and spent some time as a soldier, a member of the cavalry, where he was where his brother accounts him to be quite where his brother accounts him to be one of the best riders thereof. Only up until he has an incident with a horse that left him with some serious injuries early on, for which he was then discharged. An apparently very rowdy, an apparently very quietly rowdy animal that up and out of nowhere burst, burst with vigor, and gave him some serious, and gave him some rather dire, and gave him some rather dire concussive force. But thankfully, after some time, and the ministrations of a revered, and the ministrations of a well-regarded professor, and after the ministrations of a well-regarded man of learning, he recovered. And later, after his great work, after some of his great work at Leipzig, one of his longtime friends and one of his longtime friends and professors. What was the name? Dale. Duh. But after some time, and at the recommendation of one of his longtime professor, one of his long, one of his longtime friends of old, and professors from Forta, one of his longtime friends and professors from Leipzig. At at a well-renowned university named Bale, was in talks with the board of was in talks with the other educators thereabouts. And after one of his early works on Homer, 24 years as I thought. At the age of 24, he was invited to become a professor there, where he astonished both teacher and student with his incisive, erudite, and critic disposition towards everything that was held as an axiom, a given. The lack of the sacrilegiousness of his boldness and willingness to question all, and thoroughly. And it is here, and it is here, and it was here that he began a much larger work on Grecian history and the philosophic implications that were rolled into all of it, and how they had and how they had and how they had extended out into the present, and how they had extended out into the contemporary period of his life, and how they had extended out into the contemporary period. Only for then his friend Wagner to fall on times of despair. And so, of that greater work, he cut out this smaller portion and spun it into something fit for his good friend. Fit for his good friend of the time. Had it published in a few editions, and finally ended up here with the birth of tragedy, or Hellenism and pessimism. And in response, while of course I cannot contest with anything that is said about Nietzsche himself from his brother's perspective, much as in my review of Mary Shelley's introduction for Frankenstein, I see a great deal of that universal journey that everyone takes, abstracted away from the particulars of his time. If I could get a little sip. Abstracted away from the particulars of his time, I see in him, as so many others who journey down the same path of attempting to make their own way, to peer beyond, to peer beyond the finite superficiality of things, and into the heart, and into the heart of any given substance, and into the substance of any given matter. What is, what was, and what will be. Of course, he was mired in a time rich in idealism, of that supposition that all the world and everything in it is necessarily a psychologic, or at least mental, happenstance. Minimally when it comes to us as beings, humans. Though we now live in what is generally considered a more materialist age, much to my preference and liking, there is nonetheless that seed, that impulse, that drive to see what others have said, and further beyond into why they said it, to crack as with a hammer the compelling factors, the causality, whereby any one identification came to be. And in it, although we might disagree on a great many things, philosophically, theoretically, practically, productively, from everything that I have read of him, and everything contained here within, even with his own self-admissions of critique and inadequacy with the causalities and inaccuracies and inadequacies of describing what he truly and inadequacies with what he truly meant in the creation of this document. That we all that he, as we all, strive to dig deeper, climb higher, and more synoptically explicate what is signified, how we come to know it, and what is true in it. and whether any one person considers part or whole of such an effort fallacious or fundamentally flawed, perhaps even impossible, that even they, pessimist, optimist, or something in between, Dionysian or Apollonian, do the same. Is something indicated by Nietzsche and any on the same and any on the same path. Okay, and now we have gone 30 minutes over a normal reading time to perhaps account for the two disconnects. That is good enough for today. Let us then come back to this next stream and firing up. Yes, Your Grace. We'll get into the game. And turn that down quite a bit. All right. Quite a bit, in fact. Goodness gracious. And let's see if we can cooperate today. Well, hey! Okay, and I am, of course, checking. That it is recording the video. And that's an interesting effect. I have never seen that happen before. But the left-hand side, I guess, has an alpha channel that is cutting out the base gain. What if I do this? Okay, well, what if instead I do... Oh, wait, uno momento? Perhaps it was because both were on? No, okay. These things only seem to happen whenever I do the stream, because I do test these things with my camera, believe it or not. Oh, there we go. Odd, interesting that it would, as you can see there, render that alpha channel for that overlay on the animated background as an alpha to the whole thing, the whole window. Anywho, let us thus begin. From a very stylish, very self-branding introduction immediately into having the preface of the game have either back or yes, Your Grace. is an amazing start. Hats off to that. Yes, Your Grace is a game of tough choices. It will be impossible to satisfy the needs of every petitioner. Sometimes your subjects will have spiteful intentions, and sometimes life will get in the way. If you simply have enough resources at the end of each week, that's good enough. Good to know. Stoic start. I respect that. Oh, so clicking on it earlier was not enough. Alright. A rusty crown. Alright. My man absolutely has the utmost of hesitation here. Can feel the strain already. How we doing? No, I guess he's one of my retainers and not a petitioner. Okay. Quite a big castle. I'll take a look at that a moment later. We have a deserter found hiding in one of our sheds? Why would Sobek do this? There's too many of them. We have no chance of winning. Of whom do you speak? If you let him off, the rest may follow. However, our army is sparse as it is. We need every set of hands able to hold a sword, Grace. I can either let him go, or I can hold him too. Well, if we're genuinely facing a severe circumstance, perhaps best to hold on to him. A fighter compelled is still a fighter. I'd also like to take a minute just to appreciate, despite the fact that we have a high cinematic view for the fact of the UI here, and the panning will indicate it very well, this whole style of pixelated graphics does a great thing. It provides enough detail to enable the imagination to take hold, while also at the same time I'm reflecting on this because I've done styles in this manner or close to it myself. Well, while also allowing for enough detail to not only render something of an artistic vision on part of the creator, but a real sense of grounding for the player. You can see it in everything here, from the rounding from the curling of the clay tiles over on the left-hand side to the reflections of the puddles strewn across the ground, and even to the little details of the scorch marks and the damage to the brick that would be rendered by the torches attached to the walls. And even the room for the creeping vines that cover all of this architecture, and the stand of swords at the ready next to the gate. That even in this moment alone, with no introduction, besides that choices will be tough, and a starting screen that shows us we're going to be in the middle of a castle, that we have a degree of technology, social hierarchy, disposition of this particular hierarchy, rules of realism in play. And even in connection to what was just being spoken about in the birth of tragedy, an aesthetic typology, all in play. Of the many games that I've played, from Jazzpunk to BioShock, and even a Hitman Contracts, where those have had their displays, visuals, designs, speak to the aims of the developer, the temperament, of gameplay, or even particulars of its characters. I think that this here is perhaps the most piquant, poignant, direct, directly indexical, relating by way of its position, relation, conjunction and disjunction that I have crossed so far. Almost, and in something of a horseshoeing from west to east, alike that of certain anime, manga, or specifically Eastern and poetic stylings. And let us continue. I'm gonna hold on to him. With courage, we will defeat the enemy no matter the odds. Let him loose, General. Go and stand for Davern. Thank you, Your Grace. Well, over here, Your Grace. Alright, what have we? How bad is it, General? Our men are scared. It's the middle of the night, and yet it's so bright. If Savarog himself walked our lands. The thin walls won't last long, and we lack any solid defense measures. We don't have enough men. Once they get in, we have nothing we can throw their way. Can you hear the chanting? They're getting ready. We better get started. I've gathered archers from all the other walls. They're awaiting you at the wall, Your Grace. Ooh, boy. There's still time to put up white flags. Well, no, absolutely not. Hard refuse. What do my soldiers say? Your Grace, Your Grace, Your Grace. Alright, well, a lot of use you guys up. Oh my god. Holy shit. Now that's an army. I have the options of archers, sons of Davern, or to put up a white flag. Well, I think in this approach we are going to go all in. Should I be more gung-ho? Or should I be more somber? All in. Alright. Archers! And the sword is raised. For Davern! Alright. Loose. Well, that's an interesting intro. Alright. 1 year earlier. Back in time ago. 3, 2, 1. Okay, here I come. Ah. You didn't even try and hide at all. You're just standing there. Come on now, Lursulia. It's not often that we can do this. I told you I don't want to play. Well, you know, she at least called it out for us. Aren't you too old for this? Lursulia, that's no way to speak to your father. Lursulia is a stick in the mud. Shut it, Aslan. Asalia. We can see you from miles away. I certainly didn't. Anyhow. Well, let's see. Cracking the pavements. We need to get patched up one day. The fact that this is 1 year earlier, in combination with how things looked at that moment, dire as they were, that Lursulia does not want to play hide-and-go-seek with Father the King. And that there's a crack in the pavement. Alongside all of the relative splendor. and the little scuffs and scrapes that indicate that this place is lived in. Yet, not perfectly maintained, already gives us a little insight into the hierarchic position and condition that this family and its occupancy here suggests. Well, what does Aurelia have to say? Oh, you know I'm not playing with you, darling. The sun finally came out. Let me enjoy it. Oh, okay. Just let me enjoy the sun, Eric. Glad to know her name's Eric. Lucilia, what do you have to say? Just leave me be. Okay. Got you. Shouldn't have insulted your sister from across the gardens. She always has to ruin everything. She's so proud, she couldn't even find a place to hide. I wasn't even trying to hide. I don't want to play. Next time you don't want to play, maybe try writing a formal announcement. Oh wait, you can't write! God damn! Scorn her! Of course I can, you nitwit. Cut it out, both of you. Well, there goes Lursulia. Oh, okay. Lursulia is such a dumpling. Alright. Well, what have we over here? Sadani. And here's the little one. No! I was doing so well. You must have cheated. Or peeked. I demand another trial of the game. How official, maybe next time, Sadani. What have we here? Forgive me, Your Grace. I hate to interrupt, but your subjects will soon arrive. Alright, enough games. The throne awaits. No, week 1. There's our name, I guess. Eric of Grevno. The petitioners will start queuing in a moment, Your Grace. We really need to shorten the visiting hours. Feathers? These pigeons always bring so much mess into the throne room. I'm glad we are keeping consistent. The dev thought far enough ahead about how messaging would be integrated into the game that he genuinely included feathers next to the throne. If only every game had this level of detail. And I think it... In addition to what was being said earlier, I think really only this level of detail, in that it implies a far greater integration of the minutiae of the setting, can be accomplished in something reasonably, alongside what I expect to be coming in the future. In a game where graphic fidelity is not the foremost focus. While you could, and some games have, gotten away with environmental storytelling like this, it is a real rarity. And not to get too long-winded about it, I think that's largely because, even as we have seen, and this is redoubled with games we've played like Road Warden, the scalability and scopeability of any display is so necessarily limited in 3D. Whether it's first person or third person. Not to belabor the point, but when you have the desire to paint a picture, which will always have to be stylized to some extent and require the participation of the participant, which is incidentally why I think theater of the mind is probably the best and strongest you can come up with. The best and strongest that you can ever work within. That there is always the need to make it boxed in so that it can remain coherent to whatever perspective you're putting forth. Unless you take something of the RPG route, and I think that this is shown to be true by the fact that so many games have, where they mix the media from third person, from 3D to 2D. Whether it comes down to maps, large scenes with many actors, or even zoomed in on the extremely intricate scale of things. Like in a small and crowded scene. Like in a small and messy scene. It's not just computational power, especially these days, that is the limiting factor. But exactly how much you are able to meaningfully suggest by context. And just as an example, between this and Road Warden, even with the introductory, even with the start screen, that a panoramic shot followed by a map in one of the early tutorial periods, in one of the early parts of the tutorial, in granting a bird's eye and metaphoric horizon. And even coming down to that more contained. And even coming down to that more contained sort. Here with the throne room. Here with the throne room. Even with just a handful of participants. Or earlier in one of the interior, or earlier within one of the interior's gardens. That the pragmatics, the state of affairs, the context, and how it coordinates, and how it coordinates with others, while in technically lower resolution, is significantly higher. Because while the contrast in modeling and coloration is much higher, what each piece narratively proposes Okay, looks like we're finally back. Let us pick back up with the game then. And hopefully, since it seems like we're at a 1 hour increment for every stoppage, we'll be done here soon. Before another one begins. How can I be of your service, Your Grace? Well, tell me about the game. What would you like to know about, Your Grace? Let's learn about resources. We have to control 4 resources to keep our kingdom running smoothly. Gold, supplies, army, and contentment. Okay. We need to distribute gold and supplies to our petitioners. If they are happy, their contentment will grow. A strong kingdom needs a big army. To gain more soldiers for our army, we will need to make alliances with neighboring lords and kings. We can take and gain resources through taxes, as well as from our alliances we make with lords. Alright, how about taxes? The villages in our domain pay taxes. The people will pay their taxes gladly, while the resentful will do what they can to get around them, resulting in less income for us. This is why we need to make sure people's contentment is high in order to keep a good gold flow. I like that gold flow is used in exchange for tax flow. Cash flow, I should say. Petitioners, it's here. Peasants, merchants, knights, foreigners, lords even. They all have problems, and they all will seek help from their king. We can use our resources or agents to help those in need. Beware those, some might come with malicious intentions, so you should carefully consider who is truly in need, Your Grace. Alright? Well, what else can you tell me? I guess not much. I'll be here if you need me, Your Grace. Okay. How about this plant? Amelia convinced me to have some plants here. Makes the place seem more friendly. Not sure if that's good or bad. I would certainly say it's an improvement. River brings a lot of wildlife to this area. I enjoy the sounds of birds chirping away each morning. Alright. Swords. The swords are quite sharp, but they're 1,000 years old. The Davern shield. A shield with our kingdom's name. It was forged by a great, famous blacksmith from Grevno. Anything different over here? Alright. Well, I think that about covers everything. Let's see what our petitioners have to say. Aurelia, what have you to say? Dungeon guard. Peasant? Peasant. Okay. Aurelia, what happened? Can you go and speak to Lorsulia, my dear? I've tried talking to her, but she just won't respond. I don't know what's gotten into her recently. Maybe she will open up a bit more to you. She's probably wandering about the mall. Of course, my sweetest. I know I certainly wouldn't venture among the wall, generally. It just sounds like a bad idea. Or royalty. It's kind of what the walls are there for. Alright, Dungeon Guard, what do you got to tell me? Bad news? Recent rains have soaked through our roofs. The pantry roof has collapsed, as well as some walls of our dungeon. Only one cell is currently functional. We really should get those things fixed before they get worse. Otherwise, we'll keep losing supplies. You will see the required fixes in your weekly summary at the end of the week. Okay? When you meet people and talk to petitioners, your advisor makes a note about the encounter in your archives. Excellent. You can see all the entries by clicking the archives button below. Alright, what do we got here? Flood damages. Alright. Oh, that's quite well handled. Okay. Peasant, your grace, my daughter's wedding is at hand. Congratulations! The problem is, we don't have enough gold or supplies to make a worthy feast. What will my daughter-in-laws think of our family? We want to hire a band and buy some of that fancy wine on the market. We would only need 5 gold and 5 supplies. Well... I don't know how long we need more contentment. Sure. Can't have a marriage without the music and something to kill the thirst. Oh yes, the thirst's the worst. We will show these peasants what a real feast looks like. Haha. Hopefully that'll pay off. Your Grace, I come here representing my village. We want to ask you for 7 gold to help us gather tools and resources required to build an inn. Could really use a new place to rest after a long day's work. I've definitely got more gold than supplies. And this should increase our population and contentment here. Make it the best inn around. And we surely will. Thank you, Your Grace. Good, 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 good. Before I come to you, I'm gonna see what I can do about that pantry. Dungeon. Damn it, this is worse than I thought. The recent downpours have damaged a lot of buildings, Your Grace. While we still have space for prisoners, we should focus on buildings that need more attention. I've had a scribe write a list of things that need to be fixed. You'll see this in your weekly summary, Your Grace. This sounds like it's going to be costly. Yes! The Chad Dungeon Master. Yes. By all the gods, that could have been me. Your Grace, do you see what happened there? If I was in the other cell, I would have been crushed. This is a sign. The gods have forgiven my sins. I shall serve the mighty ones. I will dedicate my life to those in need. I mean, if I could get out of here, please. That... You definitely got a bit of that con energy. I don't know, my man. Why are you in here again? Oh, I bumped into the innkeeper on the street and stepped on his toe? How dare you tell such falsehoods? He ordered a gallon of beer, drank it all by himself, and didn't even have the gold to pay for it. I know the innkeeper. He was pretty upset. Oh yes, I think I remember. Your Grace, I have been enlightened. I won't ever do such a stupid thing again. I shall serve a higher purpose now. Just maybe let me out? Nah, man. Nah, you're gonna hit bricks in that cage. I'm sorry to tell you. I I think you will need some more time to think about your actions. Your grace, but I am the chosen one. If this is a world with many would-be Jizai in them, I'm very concerned. The gods have spared my life for a reason. What do you mean? How can you help me? Well, I don't know. Let's see. Flood damages. Just clicking to make sure that's something we can work with. Okay, well, I'd rather not go in there. What if more walls collapse? Yeah. Heavy flooding? Raining even, not even flooding. I don't know how that could tear through that. Goodness gracious. For those interested, this particular arrangement of stonework, this masonry, is called groining. Because it has all of these little arches in connection with one another, that tends to form a rather low ceiling in most circumstances. But because it's all compressed in these formations, they tend to be extremely strong. If this roof fell in, especially judging by how it's depicted here, just from some heavy rains, this place is gonna be a handful to take care of. Boy. Okay. Mushrooms. Wow, these have really been here for a while. The dungeons are a mess. I don't want to think what else is growing in there. Well, I definitely say, "Oh, this is the appropriate response." It's quite pretty, though. Yeah, I will give it that at least. Okay, well, what have we in the barrels? Not our wine, I guess. Is there anything deeper in here I can go to? Okay, I guess not. Well, how do I fix these? Okay. Oh, yes! Before we get too engrossed in anything else, let's take a look at this castle. Now, obviously, this is not Renaissance. At least, built in the Renaissance grade of castle. We got here something that looks remarkably medieval. Probably early medieval, given the fact that it's got square towers everywhere as opposed to round, or even sort of a D shape as you might have found in antiquity, per the Romans. We have no bastion works or any kind of breastworks. That's projections out from the primary curtain wall, that which goes around the castle. And all of the buildings are built in a decidedly rectilinear fashion, all right angles and such. Yet, as noted earlier, they are all in brickwork from the seeming of it, unless the whole thing is red washed with something like heavy red clay, or even some kind of ochre, I suppose. Especially with the fact that it's got all of those little peasant farms right abutting it. A giant cliff to one side, and some kind of body of water on the other. for historicity, at least from my amateur assessment, I would probably rate this... Well, let's... before we move on. A smattering of buildings with their own discrete use cases. A semi-walled garden, internal crops, and a right proper keep sat in the middle, with right in front of it that is to say, not the directly surrounding structures of the mansion in the dead center, but the one in this direction coming down from it. But the rectangular section directly in front of it we got what looks to me like a kill box. An arcaded interior with no ground floor windows or points of access besides the arched ways. With some kind of covered parapet or walkway where soldiers could aim down at any potential invaders or intruders. From my amateur assessment, I'd give this easily a 9 out of 10 from my initial review. And insofar as its defensibility, well, it probably would have been better to put this right up on the cliff if we were looking to maximize that. For what it is, I'd give it, for its time period that it's supposed to be sat in, easily an 8.5. Actually, let's bump that down a bit. Easily a 7. Could have been better. There are more defensible examples. A little bit better tech, a little bit better layout, but definitely a strong contender. Alright, now let's get back to things. Well, let's go to the castle wall. Ursulia and General. Oh, wow. Yeah, good to know his name's Stan anyway. Can I click on anything? Nope, I guess just up to the tower. Oh, and a sweet cat. With a name, Dusty. I'll talk to you for all. We can pet the cat. 10 out of 10 game. Highly recommend. Double thumbs up. Oh, that's our mark of quality. Oh, that's sweet. Alright, Lorsulia. Oh, it's you. Well. What a greetings. You need to stop fighting with your sister. Do you want to talk about what happened in the gardens?
I don't know.
I'm fine, Father. Well, why didn't you want to play with us? So Salia's been pretty nasty recently. I can see something's wrong, or I'll see you later. I'm definitely not going to drop this, so... Things have been getting a little nasty. I don't know where your sister learned to be so rude. why don't you want to play with this? Used to find the best spots, remember? Maybe I'm not 5 anymore? Okay, well, I can see something's wrong. Why don't you talk to me? Everything's fine. Don't you have things to do? Well, I'll leave you to it then. Sure. Yep, I guess that's it. Big snub mode. Alright. Well, effective. That was, so terribly effective. Well, Asalia, what do you got to say? Yes, father? Can you explain the fight in the gardens? What's the matter with you two? You and Lord Sulia used to be best friends. You mean, why is Lord Sulia such a big baby? This is the kind of thing I mean. She's annoying, is all. Well, be that as it may... You need to stop biting at each other. This isn't going anywhere, is it? Or I can't make you like her. Do I be more fatherly and actually offer some guidance, knowing that this might backfire? Or do I let them sort it out? The responsible move, obviously, would be the fatherly thing. And if I'm going full sin, like I said earlier, guess I gotta commit that. Insulting your sister won't make the situation better. She will just get more resentful as time goes by. But it's so hard. Sigh. I'm sorry, Father. I won't do it again. Stay safe. Do I have... I'm glad the writing isn't a letdown. Aurelia used to love to sit here and knit. Now she gets more peace in our bedchamber. Well, that's not a good sound. I don't imagine there's anywhere hidden that I could click around here for additional interactions. No, nothing works of it. Back to the throne room, then. General? I suppose that's all. Peasant? Monsters, beasts, dressed in black. They came in the night, unseen, unheard, until they arrived. They attacked the village. We heard the dreadful screams of the slain. Your Grace, I beg you. You must send your men. Check what happened. Find those responsible. Okay, well, tell me more. Who are they? Bright redheads, short but sharp weapons. Hundreds of them. Gleaming metals for their claws. I've never seen anything like this. Redcaps? Nothing more? Okay. The agent will take a look then. The general should deal with these bandits easily. Thank you, Your Grace. Click on the glowing flower to advance to the next week once you're ready. Sometimes you will need to see your family members before you can advance. Okay. This is your weekly summary screen. Here you will be able to see your kingdom's weekly income and expenses. You can buy upgrades and fix the castle in the left-hand section. To buy an upgrade, simply click the button with the upgrade name and you will see the cost added to the summary. I was worried about this. Well, I guess it's better to start off with an empty coffer than it is not, huh? We'll fix everything. Alright. Grevno, week 2. Audrey, what you got for me? I guess you're just the tutorial dispenser then. Very well. You know, I think I actually prefer that. Compared to a literal signpost, as you might get with something that pops up on screen, with something that pops up on screen, like we've had a couple of times, although that is fair and excusable given the kind of resource management game that this is. An exposition dump, as we've seen in a few other games, and exists plentifully all throughout. And exists plentifully all throughout the gaming genre. Not to mention other forms of media. Or tucking it away in something like a menu, where you have to go digging through codecs or some equivalent. Having an active participant and agent in the world be freely available for you to pick and choose exactly what you want to take a look at not only makes a lot more sense for the story, but also better integrates it into that player interaction. Into that world sense. Much as handing menus to characters by having something like a Pip-Boy, or in Dead Space, the overhead visor, the projected menu. The projected PDA. Or even if you look towards something, or even turning towards something like Far Cry 2, where you've got an actual map. And compass. And your weapons vending is taken care of by connecting to a network. These all much better instead of taking the comparatively extracted and immersion-breaking route. This does it better. Okay, now let's see. What does our general have to tell us about the Redcaps? Your sign, no grace of the monster. No sign of the monsters. We did stumble upon these bandits, though. They were pillaging the village. Right? Red head, sharp teeth. Crest of Rodovia. I thought you could only find them in books and old manuscripts. Well, seems like we have one right here, too. Tell me. Whose banner are you bearing? Why are you here? Who's your leader? I feel like I'm gonna have finite questions that this one is going to answer. Why are you here? What were you and your men doing near the village? We're just making a living. Not wrong, I guess! One might call it plunder. I would call it hard work. It's definitely making someone's lives hard. Whose banner are you bearing? Is it true that you're from Rodovia? Your man is right. Rodovia is my home, and soon yours too. Ha! Well, that's one way to herald. Do you have a king? Or are you just a barbaric thief? We are a free people. We don't bow to kings or lords. Bold words for someone trespassing in another's country. Bold and stupid. Rather, Grace, we can't allow barbarians to strike our lands, plundering and killing innocent men. There's no question that justice needs to be dealt to this one. Execute, dungeon, or mercy? Well, we could execute him, but our dungeon should be fixed, so that shouldn't be an issue for him likely escaping. He's literally a bandit here from a hostile people. We could probably use more info. You will rot in a cell. Don't want to let me go, but you don't have the guts to kill. My friends will gladly hear about your cowardly decisions. I need to see Aurelia about this. Yes. Well, Audrey, what do you make of this? Rodovians here? How would they get to the mountains? Why would they threaten a war? It's a lot of questions, but I need answers. Forgive me, Your Grace, I'm puzzled. It might be reasonable to start thinking about renewing some old treaties. Talk to old friends who could give us a hand. With our current resources, war would bring certain defeat. I will make some preparations. Much obliged. Alright, banker, what do you have to tell me? I'm here representing Bank de Florentini. Grace, I hear that your treasury has seen better times, but I'm here to help. How does this work? I want to borrow gold or supplies. Well, you can tell me about it, but how does this all work again? We understand that sometimes it's hard to be a king, and we want to do our best to help. We offer quick and easy solutions to give you a surge of gold or supplies, whichever you may be in need of. Our exclusive package offers 50 gold or supplies, instantly available for your use. The bank only adds a small fee of 10 gold or supplies, depending on the type of loan. That's a 10% fixed rate. Okay. 10%, I say. 1/5, I mean. It's paid off in weekly amounts of 10 until you pay off your debt, Your Grace. We won't charge you any additional costs. Oh, last thing to note. We only do one type of loan at a time. So if you want to borrow gold, we can't lend you supplies until the first loan is repaid, and vice versa. And remember, the first loan is free of charge. Oh. Okay. Just pay back what you take. Fair. Alright. Well, I don't need that for now, but I'll keep an eye out for that. My man flopping with his gold chain. Alright, Lorcelia, what you got for me? Bring news, brother. Asalia sneaked out last night last week. I ran into her while she was going back to her chamber, all laughing, and a little tipsy, I think. She wouldn't say where she'd been, but Sidani, as thick as she is, spilled everything to me in the morning. Those two chit-chat all the time. I don't realize. Thick, don't speak ill of your sister. What's got into you, Lorsulia? Asalia sneaks out to some wedding, gets drunk, but I'm the bad one all of a sudden? I'd better talk to Asalia about this. You girls are going to drive me mad one day. That's interesting. Well, peasant? Your Grace, my dear son is nowhere to be found. Yes, a really daft little boy, but still, he is my son. I ask you to help us find him, Your Grace. Is there a chance you could do so? All we can offer is 7 gold. I ain't got no gold for you, my friend. Our general will try and find your son. Well, no, I need him around. We've got people on our border. In our village, as a matter of fact, even worse. Afraid I can't help you. You should try to get the villagers to help you. Grace, please, I can pay you. I've scraped together 1 piece of gold. Very well, keep your money, or try finding him yourself. I really don't want to take 1 gold for 2 weeks worth of general. I'm afraid not, my friend. I'm not sure my men or gold would make any difference. Your son could be anywhere. I was afraid you would say that, but I will not give up on him. I'll find him myself. Okay? Lord Etten and Pietro. Okay, well, Etten, what have you for me? My name is Etten. I'm the Lord of Branca, Your Grace. I'll be as straightforward as possible. Someone has kidnapped my daughter. They expect me to pay 12 gold to get her back. The thing is, I tracked them down and I know where they are keeping her. I planned everything out. I just need your general to help me take her back. Or I could just pay the ransom. Either way, I will need your help, Your Grace. Glad I didn't commit my general. Okay, here you go. Pay them once, and they will only want more. This is the best option. Right, send the general my way, and I will tell him my plan. Thank you, Your Grace. Good, good, good. It has to work. Inauspicious. Okay. Pietro, what do you have to tell me? Your Grace, I'm here for my line. I think someone is trying to get me. What's going on? Gang stalking? I think someone is following me. They want me dead. Who's they? I don't know. How would I know? I haven't done anything, right? Well, I better be going. Thank you for all of your wise words of wisdom, Pietro. They'll be of utmost importance. Anything in the gardens? I saw you. What you do? There was a wedding in the village. I've heard there was quite a fine wedding in the village just outside our walls. Considering the resources you've spent to help them out with it, it definitely was. How do you know this? I wish you'd come to ask me first. Sulia told me everything. I'll play it the sly route. Sounds as if they had the honor of a royal guest. No, of course not. I've heard what people say is all. Come on, I know about the wedding. Sulia told me what happened. How'd she know anyway? Oh, of course. Sidani. I'm worried about you. I have too much on my head and you're too careless, Asolia. Well, hell, we let Lursulia go out and hang on the walls, so I guess there's no problem with you being in the village. I wouldn't forgive myself if something happened to you. You have no need to worry. Nothing will happen. Do you know what's out there? What could have happened if someone found a princess by herself in a village? Drunkards, thugs. Nothing happened, father. I was dressed differently. I was careful, not stupid. If she has the wisdom for this. I know what I'm doing. All I wanted is a little fun. Lursulia said you got drunk? That's a lie! I know what I'm doing. I can take care of myself. How many times? Since she's turned 13, she thinks you will make her marry some fat, dumb prince and send her off to another castle. If she intends to be such a lousy rat, maybe it would be for the best. Damn, that's cold. I don't know about all that. Is that what she's been acting up? Why she's been acting up lately? I suppose so. It doesn't change the fact that she's just infuriated. And it doesn't change the fact that you didn't stop with the name call. You are confined to the castle. What? I don't think that's particularly wise. If Eric doesn't have the time to play father on top of king, how's she gonna get experience to, rule one day? Even if we're going with the old customs of the princesses only being stewards. No more visits to the market, no more playing games, or no more horse riding. None of these are good options. We have 100 bodies, we could just assign some proper retainers. Well, market is where you get a lot of exposure to economy. Games is where you get a lot of exposure to game theory, but more specifically, of course, strategy. Horse riding is kind of important for this time period. But there's always carriages. Horse riding it is, I guess. I'll tell Audrey to suspend your riding lessons for now, just in case you had an idea to ride off to Prasus or Calador. What am I supposed to do inside these godforsaken walls? No question. Ah! Stupid Lorsulia. I'll teach her a lesson. Stop with the names. I better talk to Lorsulia. Walla indeed. Onward and upward, I suppose. Well, she's probably at the castle wall. Yeah, I was right. Pat the cat. Do not pass go without pat cat. Oh, it's you. Salia told me what's going on. Salia told me why you might be feeling a bit down recently. Oh, and why is that? You won't have to marry a stranger. You're a grown-up woman now. You'll have to get married at some stage. Well... I don't want to promise her something I might have to... commit to later on. These are the times when marriage is an important feature. But I also want to reassure her. Well, fealty versus estrangement. I think better to side with fealty. Tradition says a girl your age needs a husband. I promise you won't have to marry a stranger. We will make sure we know the prince well before the wedding. Time will show. Yeah. Well, at least we've told her what we can. Off to the dungeon. Hey, peasant, how you doing? Have you considered letting me out, please? The gods must have spared my life for a reason, you know. Nah. Absolutely not. Alright, Redovian. I didn't think a king would come down to the dungeons. An honor, truly. Enough of the games, friend. Tell me what you know. Why are you here? I suppose that's one way of killing time in this murky den. You see, Bayron, that lunatic, thinks everyone will follow him. Keeps raving about some promise. One of the 7 kings will give him his daughter. He thinks he's got a chance at being the royals. I still can't decide. Is he the mad one, or is it his followers who believe this bunk are truly insane? Okay. You will stay here a while longer. Maybe you'll be useful. Don't you worry about me. I will play with my friend here. Your Grace? I see we still haven't fixed that roof, huh? How can I help you, Grace? Just looking around. That's that. Archives. completed. Really? No new main entries? Very well then. Well, let's take a look around this new environment. Mirror. Damn, I look so tired. Bless my man. You and I both. Alright. Or maybe I'm just old. Also starting to feel that. Needles? Aurelia loves to knit. Feel like that'll come up later. Stork painting, okay. Get a lot of storks here in Davern. They are very graceful birds. Sure. How about these mountains? The Grey Mountains. They seem much bigger in real life than they are in this painting. Yes. That's how paintings work, my friend. Bed? I wish I could have a snooze right now. I have plenty to do, though. These plants need some tending to, buddy. I got a few petals falling. Dresser. She gets ready for the day. Nothing about the bookshelf? Okay. About the fireplace. This fireplace is full of ash. It's quite cozy here in the evenings, though. Alright, Aurelia. What have we decided? Darling? Foreign barbarians visited us this week. Radovians have come to Davin. One of their bandits was brought to the castle. Radovians? This can't be right. Do you think it's about our promise? I am afraid it is. The bandit is in the dungeon. I already questioned him. Cannot be, Eric. Well, he said so himself. How would he know? 13 years ago, we promised our unborn child's hand to a thug. Y'all be doing some very unwise shit. This castle, cool as it is, already shows its age and how it's being maintained. 13 years ago. Why? Under your gods, Green Earth, would you make such a promise? Bayron, wasn't it? Does it matter? After 13 years, a Radovian shows up in our castle. I'll be damned. Yes, Ursulia will soon become a woman. We will need to find her a husband. And Bayron, the villain, will arrive to make me fulfill my promise. A good question! What got us into this? How could we have promised our daughter's hand to a Radovian? With a knife to my throat, I'm not sure what else we could have done. Yeah, I guess that'll do it. To think our daughter will marry some barbaric thug, though. We can't let this happen, Eric. Don't worry, we'll solve this. We sure will. What about the witch? Do you remember the curse? I don't even want to think about this. Let's just hope the curse is nothing but a hoax. See how things with the thug turn out. What now? Fair question. What are we going to do? If Bayron ever shows up to claim our daughter's hand, he will. Hopefully no one will believe him. We just need to play stupid. Unless he shows up with an army. A bannerman is already here. Yes. Don't be silly now. How could a commoner afford an army? Even we can't. How could Radovians get to Davern? Anything seems possible at this stage. You did send the bandit to the dungeons? I told you I did, Aurelia. Oh, yes. I'm sorry, darling. It's just too much to think about. That little sleight of hand in the writing? is really, really cool if you want to have a branching dialogue system where everything isn't linear, and you might come up with something that's a sequence break. Far too often do written characters come across as written because they make no mistakes or have any errors that aren't literally written into their character to happen in that linear fashion. In this way, you can go perhaps out of order there too. And the NPC that you're interacting with can have an explanatory lapse if they would begin again with a remark on a piece of dialogue that's already been baked in. Very cool. And a simple check to pull off in code, I'm sure. All the easier if it's more traditional oral story. All the easier if it's a more traditional oral manner of storytelling. How are you holding up? Good question. I don't know. It's so unreal. Marry a prince, a lord even, yes. But let her marry a thug. We can't do this. It will be fine. I won't let them take her away. Eric, I am terrified. I can't handle this. Sorry, masked off for my friend here. Fine, I will stay here. I guess so, huh? And that's all, folks. Alright. I suppose not a bad income. And hopefully we won't have to send our general again out for a third week. Ah. And I was right! That was a pigeon stand. Very wise. What do you have for us here? Dear Eric, we've crossed the mountains. We will come for what was promised. For the gods have graced us with their strength. Bayron, the king of Rodovia. And it was told. Man. The foreshadowing for this was more like five shadowing. So they do have a king after all. And where there's a king, an army follows. What promise are they babbling about anyway? I'll be straight up with you, man, to take my daughter's hand. Wow, you never mentioned it, Your Grace. I didn't think I would have to keep my word. Those are some of the famous last words that are going to be yours if the game is not kind. Jesus. We can't let barbarians seize the throne. The treasury is low. We can always seek allies. I will let you get on with the audits, and I will make some preparations in the meantime. I will be in the council chamber, Your Grace. Yeah, good. Well, you all can wait. I got to, first of all, I can't pet the pigeon. Unfortunate. I got to see what we could do around first. Imagine if it's not marked with a jewel, if there's anything to see here. Nope. Alright. At least it ought be kindly enough to do that for us. Council chamber. Chest. You got a perfectly nice chest. A trunk even. No mimics in sight. And you fill it full of trash. That is not very cash money of you, Mr. Kang. That is not very cash money of you, Mr. King. That crown do be having some rust on it. That crown do be having some rust on it. And it ain't from the band itself. It's from what's underneath. Bookshelf. Just books. Plenty of them. Very intellectual. Table. The side table is full of food is very useful for long meetings. Yeah, I'd imagine. Oh, that's a cute little detail. Here in the corner, there's a little bit of wool. Obviously indicating that Aurelia tends to spend some time in here. Aurelia loves to knit. She leaves balls of wool everywhere. And perhaps, at least if I'm interpreting it right, having a little slew of potion bottles, poultices, tinctures, and salves right next to paints a rather dire picture. Not on the market. I'm not sure how accurate it is, but it looks nice. Oh, how cutely. Aurelia made this. Oh, how delightful. This one shows a stork. It's our house emblem. Nice. These deer antlers come from the biggest deer in Davern. But well hunted. And nothing on the table. Okay. Sidani, what have you got to tell us? Hey there. Pumpkin, silly pickle, or potato head. I gotta go with the most goofy. Silly pickle? I'm not silly. You're right. You're a silly pickle. Ugh, your grace. You shouldn't be playing here. Sidani, I always tell you not to play here, but this is my most cherished place for the cast purchase. Oh, you have most finest items here, Father. Please let me stay here. I won't break anything, I promise. Again, my man. These are nobles, ladies. Train them. Teach them. Inspire them. Fine, you can stay. As long as you don't damage anything. Oh yes, thank you, Your Grace. Ooh, let's see what else is here. Alright, Audrey, what you got? Your Grace, I appointed a scout. He will let us know what we're up against. Meanwhile, we should invite King Talus. He might be able to help. Ooh, allies. Right. You can talk to nearby lords, but first I would suggest inviting Talus. Here you can view details of each of your potential allies. You need to have a pigeon available in order to send an invite. Well, he's certainly got quite the army. But, you know... Oh. That is not a recording glitch. That is... actually what it has to say. It has to show. Well, I guess between the two, I've given one option. Great, Talus should visit us within a week. With his army, we should be able to repel Redovia. You all likely have seen by this point. If there's anything to be known about me, as a game player, it's to always take the second or any alternative option. This guy is too convenient for the story. Something bad is gonna happen. I just know it. With his army, we should be able to repel Redovia, no matter what they come with. Thank you, Audrey. I don't know about that, Chief. Tell me about our battle preps. What would you like to know about your Grace? Is our army ready to confront the enemy? We don't know yet what we're up against, but with current army, we couldn't even defend against peasants with shovels. I mean, that's 100 soldiers. Are you sure about that? What is our general doing if we can't even fend off peasants with shovels, my man? Whew, boy. Davern is in deep. Svetovi himself would have to help us. Finding allies will be vital if we want to stand a chance. It's no bueno. No bueno at all. Alright, well, now that everything's doom and gloom, I guess back to the throne room. Alright, banker, tell me about your bit. I hear that your treasury isn't in the best shape, Your Grace. I wanted to offer my services. No thank you. Come again next time, whenever we're in the most dire of straits. Your Grace, injustice and hunger have struck our village. Men dressed in black came and took our stock. Hardly anything left worth giving to the dogs now. I wanted to kindly ask for 7 pieces of gold. Or 5 sacks of supplies, Your Grace. That way we can at least keep our children fed. I got more supplies than gold. It's just gonna get stolen again. If I had the option, the wise thing would just be to recall everybody into the castle, or start stationing guards outside, but these are not the cards that I had been dealt. That'll keep us enough well for a couple of weeks. God's favor. Merchant, what do you got to tell me? I come with a business proposition, Your Grace. I need 12 gold to hire men and buy resources to build a new tavern in Bronca. You see, the tavern will serve as more than just a way to get for locals to get drunk. The village is really well positioned. It has many visitors, but they never stay for long. The new tavern will change that. It will guarantee a steady income. We'll share the profits once I start making money on the business. Well, I definitely don't have that kind of gold. Come back later. I like the sound of this, but our treasury is busted. Right. Peasant? Your Grace, a disease is crawling in our village. It's nothing serious, I don't think, but fevers and sneezes are all over the place. It appeared out of nowhere, as if a dark force brought it upon us. Diseases are no joke. But I'm gonna quickly tap our supplies if I give you it all. At the same time, the Rodovians are coming. Supplies. Give them out in your village. Make sure everyone has access to what they need. Thank you, Your Grace. We are beyond content. I hope that the spirits will help you well. I as well, because by them all, I certainly know I need it. Okay, well. Hi, that's not too bad. Not bad at all. Okay. Good taxes, good. Okay. Next week. Revno, week 4. Audrey, anything else? I guess not. Huh? General, what have you to tell us? I bring news about Lord Eaton's case, Your Grace. With his plan, my squad and I managed to take his daughter back. Righteous. Right? Can we talk to them? When lords have news, a green icon will appear by their name. Like this one next to Lady Ada. Yes. I'll definitely want to invite that. Ah, hello, Talus. Well, we'll talk to you first. Your Grace, my daughter is back. These goons didn't even know what hit them, and we hit them hard. If it wasn't for your general, I'm not sure if my plan would have worked. Take this gold as a thank you, Your Grace. Blessed be! Happily, I will take that and run with it. Okay, well, things aren't quite so dire. Nothing else anyplace else. Let's see what Talus has to tell us. Hardly any light can get through these windows. These halls used to shine, Eric. Yeah. Father, look what she did! Solia has put faces under my pillow. How can I ever wash it off? Why did you tell her I told on her? Not now. They didn't tell Solia anything, or can you not see we have a guest? I definitely don't want to be harsh with her. And I don't want to lie to her. Not now. You'll deal with it later. Scuttle off for now. But, if you can't even control your children, then I'm surprised you still sit where you do. Yo, fuck you, Talus. Things are not looking up here. You're right, but fuck you! And then I'm still standing where I am. Forgive me. We have had a lot going on recently. I'm asking if you're going to make me stand like a commoner here. Of course, let's talk in the council. Yeah, let's go. Banker, you could hold on. Ha, you have a lot of books. What is she doing here? Are you letting children play with your archives? Girl, be gone. Are you a king or a blasted nanny, Eric? What can be so important that you couldn't just send me a pigeon? Don't talk to my fucking daughter that way. Crude bastard. I will be straightforward with this. I need an army. Rodovia has threatened me and my family. Ha! Rodovia, where? Yes, they're simple men. Trained. Tell you what. I will give you 3,000 soldiers. My army can deal with anything they throw its way. What? Just like that? Feh. Of course not. You see, my son, Evo, has been crying and moaning to me about finding him a princess. He's always bothering me. It's about time he grew up. My wife would keep him busy, out of my way. Awesome reason for marriage. Lorsulia would be good enough for him. She could teach him a thing or two. I also want access to the fine collection of books you have here, plus anything else you can find. Well, just ask for me to serve you up my ass on a silver platter, I guess, my guy. You still seek cures for your wife? Her condition hasn't improved? Well, that does not concern you. You get an army, I get Lorsulia, and access to these books. So an army for marriage and return. Yes, of course. You catch on quickly. I'll send my armies right away. Fine, but we'll do it on my terms. Really? Rejection is not on the table here. Raising a peasant army. Hiring mercenaries. We can give out stocks of supplies and gold and men for basic peasants, but for not pawning off your daughter and getting bent by a noble, that's not on the table? Okay. On my terms. I can't just let you take my daughter for a few hundred men. Come on now, Eric. We both know Davern has seen better times. When Rodovia comes, who will protect your people, your family? Are you going to order peasants to fight them with pitchforks? No. I want 3,000 extra men, 22 extra gold, or to provide a general. Men are neat. Gold is worthy. But a general, they can raise men and gold. We'll provide a general to help with our people's needs. How about I just pay for one of yours? That's fine. I will send an army straight away, but I want immediate access to the archives. The marriage can be organized later. Let me get lost in your books, then. I will start from this room. Fine. Find me in the throne room if you need. Let's see, what do we have here? Great! You have made a new ally. You can now try to make more allies by inviting other lords in the allies panel. Well, there's that, I guess. Boy, oh boy, did we certainly get a lot of things going. General, what can you tell us? Grace? Actually nothing. Thanks, Stan. Dusty? Sulia? Yeah. Oh, it's you. Yeah. We have no choice. You must marry Ivo, the Prince of Apollonian. I'm sorry. What do you mean? Don't I get a say in this? We need this marriage to secure an army that will defend us. A war is coming. So I'm going to be sacrificed? Did you even consider any other options? No! And good question. Did you even try to offer something other than your daughter? Well, because Eric is a thick-skulled brute. I knew it. I knew the day I'm old enough you would just sell me to the highest bidder. You've been waiting for this. You can't wait to get rid of me, can you? I wish I was a common girl, living in a village, having nothing to worry about. Being able to marry the one I love, not some snob I've never met. Stupid wedding. Stupid, Prince. You're stupid. Yes, yes, and yes. Well said. But I can at least pet this cat, though. It's the one thing Eric could do right, I guess. Oh, man. Chambers. Aurelia. I got some news. Darling. How are you holding up? Yeah. About as bad as usual. So on top of that, Lord Sulia is getting married. What? No, did Bayron find us? We can't let him. Lord Sulia will marry Ivo, the Prince of Apollonian. I made a treaty with Talos. Marriage for an army in return. No, we cannot let her marry a barbarian. Eric, you said you would find a way. Wait, Ivo? That's good. That's great. Ivo is a prince after all, and if Lord Sulia is married to Ivo, then Bayron can't do anything. Talos' army might simply scare them away. Oh, this is fantastic news, Eric. Wonderful. Who's going to prepare the wedding? Guests, menus. We need to decorate the throne room. We need to buy flowers and decorations. Oh, and we need a band, too. We only just got 12 gold. I don't know about all that. I'll take care of that. We'll see how our treasury looks at the end of the week. Does Lord Sulia know yet? Yes, she didn't take it well. No shot there. Oh, but what does she know? She wouldn't want to marry that barbaric Bayron. Who knows what Rodovians do with their wives? Wouldn't surprise me if they cut them up and eat them for dinner the next day. Alright. Give her time. She'll come around to the idea. Well, I'm glad you have optimism, because I sure don't. This is very messy, very quickly. Asalia? Huh. Of course she's not here. Sidani? She is, though. How you doing? You're king, so why do you listen to a man in the council chamber, father? Because... Well, Sidania, your father kind of a baby-back bitch. Sorry to keep it real with you. Well, he's a king too, you know. But you're a better king. If only that were true. He should listen to you. Yes, yes. Keep your voice down, silly pickle. It would be mighty funny if she in fact was hiding behind one of the bushes. Alright, bro. No, bank man, I don't need your shit. Not right now, anyway. I hear your treasury isn't in the best shape. Thanks, I appreciate it. Cheers. Later that night... It had better be important at this ungodly hour. Your Grace, Radovian forces have been spotted nearby. We should send our men to track them down. They've come for Lorsulia, Eric. We must do something. Send a general to check this, or calm down. I don't know if this report is valid. And I can't risk sending a general out, like, right now. Stay calm. Calm down, Aurelia. No one is here to take our dog. We should check what they are up to. Send a general to assess the situation. I will attend to this matter in the morning. Okay. Well, general's gone either way. Oh my god. Well, Lorsulia already hates my guts. Talus has already shat on my doorstep. And I've already got the army. Along with, you know, paying for the general, which is hunky-dory. There's no chance that I can really afford doing any of this stuff. I hope the Innmaster comes back by for the extension of a tavern later. But I think it's going to be a pretty bland wedding, to be honest. Yeah, that sucks. Well, we have tacked on about an extra 30 minutes to make the disconnections and issues that we were continually having with the internet up. And I think it is now time to give our final thoughts on our first bit of playing Yes, Your Grace. 1. Eric is a straight-up fool. 2. The historicity and everything that I have seen out of the decor, the architecture, the situations people end up in, the social hierarchies that are baked in, that are part and parcel of the whole thing. The issues that individuals of both high and low standing take and present. And, in general, the whole vibe really, directly, precisely delivers the exact kind of experience that, from everything that's indicated, the developer seems to have intended. Much as most of these resource management, choose your own adventure, branching pathway kind of games tends to, but in a significantly more linear sense here. I think that I say that this one operates primarily on subtlety. but does so in a very express fashion compared to the more subvert of, say, Road Warden, as we already played, Road Warden, as we played before. While not falling into grimdark territory. I have enjoyed my experience so far, and I think I'll continue to. So far, it's definitely got my thumbs up. Though we'll see if and how this very honed in story will take us and carry itself into the future. With that all said, to the end. I thank you all for watching here today. If you enjoyed our video, I hope that you like, share, subscribe, and check out the links down below. If you want more of us, our shorts, our highlights, or to generally see what's going on and interact with others of the kind, check out our X, Instagram, Spotify, BitChute, and the Threefold Edifactory Discord server for the channel. If it might be worth a little bit of money to you, you can always stop by Stream Elements, where you can give us a one-time donation, or recurring, they do have that option, and if you want something in return and a little bit more commitment, there is always Patreon, where we have with 3 tiers starting at $5, where you can get things like your name at the end of every long-form piece of content, participation in any channel polls to see what direction we go in, all of the content organized in a neat and tidy place for your pleasure, and my most sincere appreciation. But besides all that, at the lowest of proponent tier. But with that all being said, I hope that you never miss your opportunities.